All right, Penny. Good. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? All right. Need a motion to approve the agenda.
So, Mr. President, if I may, just before the council moves forward for the agenda, the 11:30 item, which is listed as assessor compensation, Berkeley for technology changes, Mr. Hess has requested that that be removed. However, even if the council makes no decision today, I'm requesting that you keep it on at least for purposes of discussion and continued dialogue. Just wanted to, Mr. Hess did ask that I bring that to your attention.
All right, what's the wishes? Keep it on for dialogue?
Yep. That's
All right.
what I did.
All right, it will stay on for dialogue. No decision would be made today, it sounds like. All right, so you want to, so the motion stays. You second?
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions or concerns on the purchase order? All right, moving on to internal budget revisions. There is none. Mr. Davis?
No, sir, I have none today.
We have change in status. We have a new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Dennis Jenkins as a deputy with an annual salary of $54,495, effective
What's that putting up?
effective October 1st, 2021.
Pardon me, sir?
Is that a
That's
experience?
another pre-certified, and that's two of them. The last two that we've hired have already been certified, and they can be on the street within several weeks.
And what's that put him up to, deputy?
He's down 3 vacancies now, so he's getting closer.
While we're talking about that, we're on the sheriff. We did lose a prior deputy that was retired, Dan McGowan,
Yes, sir.
and I think it's good for us to recognize that he was a deputy of ours for 20-some years.
Yeah, he retired with over 20 years of service and had some, as you know, some medical issues.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, passed at a very young age.
Yep. So, you know, we'll keep him in our prayers as well, and his family, and I should say. We also have a letter of resignation received from the Day Report Center for Chastity Whittington, effective September 27th, 2021. Any questions on change in status? We have the approval minutes for September 16th, 2021. Everyone was present. Any questions on those or corrections? We have the county council calendar. We'll say that we're going to be rolling right into October. My screen stays. So we'll be here next Thursday on the 7th. And boards and commissions, nothing will be gone tonight. We have next Monday on the 4th, we have the 6 p.m. Planning Commission. Tuesday, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District. Any changes or corrections on boards and commissions? We have quite a few bond reductions. So we have a LOC reduction, Morning Dove Phase 4, lots 158 through 171, 202 through 206, 220 through 230, and open space E and F. BCP file number is 2107260, tied to Berkeley County, or BCP file number 044-16, LOC number 4832911-53. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions for Doug on that one? LOC reduction for Whispering Pines, Phase 1, lots 131 through 179. BCP file number is 2109-326, tied to BCP file number 071-02, LOC number 48329111-50. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions for Doug on that one? We have a LOC reduction, Stone Mill lots 1 through 25, BCP file number 2107241, tied to BCP file number 029-06. LOC number is 58329211-53. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Next, any questions for Doug on that? Next one is LOC reduction, Bridges of Tuscarora, Phase 4, lots 54 through 60, 63 through 65, and 86 through 92, BCP file number 2107-235, tied to BCP file number 4405, LOC number 48329111-49. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions for Doug on that one? A bond release request for Amberfield Section 5, Phase 1 and 2, grading BCP file number 2108-304, tied to BCP file number 005-16, and BCE number R00252-17, LOC number 8868380L61.6, Bulldog Federal Credit Union. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on the release?
So I'm obviously going to ask the same thing that I always ask, and one of the reasons I'm asking is it says phase 2, but I don't know if that's the final phase or if there's 4 more phases or what. So the question is, have the properties been turned over that are common properties? Are they deeded to the HOAs? Those types of things. Are we making sure that's being taken care of?
Yes, sir. At this point in time, when I asked for the release, that deed of conveyance has already been recorded. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Doug on that one?
Yeah, and I was referring to all 3 of the bond releases. Those are the ones that are obviously conservative.
Yes, sir. All 3 of these that you see down here for the release request,
Right.
all of those, the HOA or the property has been turned over. Stormwater management, open space, and streets, roads has been turned over to the HOA, and the deed is recorded it's in our file as a recorded deed.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And to remind the public, the reason why we're asking for this information is because there has been previously over the years where the HOA did not have the deed to the common properties, storm ponds, and they get sold at tax sale. All right, next one is bond release request for Amberfield Section 5, Phase 1, final plat, BCP file number 2108-304, tied to BCP file number 005-16. LOC number is 8868380L61.6, Bulldog Federal Credit Union. Engineering Department has made this request. Any questions for Doug on that one? Any further questions? All right, next one is a bond release request for Amberfield Section 5, Phase 2, final plat, BCP file number 2108-304, tied to BCP file number 005-16, LOC number 8868380L61.6, Bulldog Federal Credit Union has made that recommendation. Bulldog Federal Credit Union. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on that one? All right. If not, then ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. We have some activity here on personal property tax exoneration for taxpayer errors. The first one.
Yes, sir. Good morning. We do.
Good morning.
First one is taxpayer error. It's Gentleman reported a vehicle that later he said he didn't own on July 1, but he reported it anyway. But he traded this vehicle in for a new Titan. He should have reported his new Titan, to be honest with you. So he's only getting taxed for that
So you're actually
old vehicle.
asking to get taxed for more? Is that what you're saying?
He wants to be exonerated for the one, he wants to be exonerated for this one, which, you know, he should have had the new one on there. But at any rate, it's a taxpayer error, so he can't.
Well, does he not have, how can he get his tags if he don't have the new one on there?
Well, if you get a new vehicle,
You don't have.
Oh,
to.
the brand new.
Right now.
Oh, so just the first year is what you're saying?
yeah, you don't have to have it will not make you have a tax receipt, so you're not with that.
Okay, all right, entertain a motion for the one personal property tax exoneration due to taxpayer error.
Second.
Motion on the floor, and you got a second. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Nay, the motion fails. You got personal property tax exoneration due to office error.
Yep, we had 7 of them last week. It's for good reasons. It's listed there. Come up to $1,312.10.
Entertain a motion on the 7 personal tax exoneration due to office error.
So moved.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You have 3 real estate tax exonerations for reason of office error.
Yes, sir, we do. It's for Fountainhead Strategies. Property got sold to the state and they redeemed it, and for tax year 2019, so we back taxed 2019 for the following year, and it got put on for 4 times for some reason. So we only needed to be over once, so we had to exonerate the other 3.
Okay.
Total $694.32.
Entertain a motion on the 3 real estate tax exoneration due to office
So
error.
moved.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And then we have 2 applications of the consolidation of the property.
I do, sir. First one's D&D Land Company, has 4 parcels in the Martinsburg District, map 11. Want to put them together and get one tax bill. And I have one for Michael Tharp, 2 parcels in the Arden District, map 16, same thing. Want to just get one tax bill. Got those 2 consolidations.
Entertain a motion on 2 applications for consolidation of properties. Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeff, where have we gotten, we were talking one of these, we're a licensing issue. When you said something about the new vehicle license, where did we go on that? Didn't we talk about trying to do some type of kiosk or something? Where'd that ever go?
Mr. Davis,
With the
that's
vehicle
what the,
licensing.
that's what the sheriff.
The sheriff is currently working with Department of Motor Vehicles, West Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles. There's a move afoot to have counties assist in the issuance of tag renewals through their tax departments. Sheriff Harmon and I met, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. He continues to work on that. 2 things that we're thinking about, either a kiosk here, or somehow utilizing the old City National Bank building as a drive-through for tag renewal to assist the citizens. So we are working on that, but the sheriff is doing some research and seeing how some of the other counties that are already doing it, some of the pitfalls that we need to be considering.
I just hadn't heard anything in a while, so I'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, we'll start this conversation. I do have a bid opening at 10 o'clock, but next on our agenda is a councilperson issue, which is my issue, and I know Alan's been working on it, and Mr. Delia's been working on it, and there's and it's about agricultural exemption, and one of the things that has happened is that there is a local business person here Glenn Price that is putting in a new distillery. His current location is on Kelly Island Road, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but he's building a new place on Dry Run in Butler's Chapel. There's been conversation over the months of whether it's a split property of agricultural and commercial, or whether it all falls under agricultural. So, a couple of Thursdays ago, on the afternoon of the Thursday and all day on Friday, and it rolled even into Monday. I took it upon myself, because I'm being the president of the council, I get a bunch of phone calls and ask questions on where we stand here, what's going on, and things like that. So one of the things that the governor and the legislators has done last year passed was agricultural tourism, which is trying to promote agricultural tourism in the state of West Virginia, probably somewhat in the manner of the state of Virginia, with all the wineries and stuff like that. I know that there's a bill that was worked on too, I don't know if it got passed to even make that even more business friendly.
Yeah, so the alcohol rewrite was a large bill that was actually sponsored through the governor's office, and it did get passed, and it made a huge difference in agritourism of what you can and can't do to be profitable in that industry.
Okay, so there was a discussion, and rightfully so, through our engineering department, our planning, our MS4 people, and I personally even felt on the surface that it would be a split, agricultural in the fields, commercial on the manufacturing or processing and the sales. So I started to call the people that, first of all, I need to figure out what's the definition of agricultural. You know, we got to know that. What's the definition? So I called Agricultural Commissioner Kent Lionheart on a cell phone. He was traveling through the state of West Virginia. Even got on the phone with the lawyer, his lawyer, and gave me several examples of what meets the criteria in his opinion. Actually, he's going to be promoting agricultural. One of them is was an apple orchard on the west side of the state that takes the apples, grows them naturally, takes them in, processes them, and makes it into apple cider, and then also turns back around and sells the product out of that same site. And his opinion was that was 100% agricultural, even the businesses, even the ability to process it and to sell it. And then if you all have any questions as I go through this, go ahead and ask them. So then the next thing I figured I'd do and we had probably a 20-minute conversation, and his lawyer basically agreed with what our conversation was that day at a later time. So then I figured, okay, let's go. Let me go to the federal level. Let me talk to the USDA's office. And the USDA's office pretty much agreed the same way, and gave me this example. The example is, if you turn back around and you're a farmer and you're raising steers to sell, you may choose to go take the steers to a livestock auction, but then all of a sudden you decide, well, you're not going to take them to the auction house. You're going to turn back around. You're going to build a slaughterhouse, a processing place, and you're going to sell the meat right there. Kind of like the wholesalers in PA, right? In the USDA's viewpoint, that qualifies as 100% agriculture, right? And then they went on, I think it was the USDA's office, or it was Kent Lionheart, Commissioner Lionheart, said that there's honey businesses that does the same thing. Matter of fact, there's one in Berkeley County that, from what I was told, was doing about $250,000 of honey a year. So then I also talked to Senator Blair and our legislator Jason Barrett about it very early on Friday morning. They agreed with me of being a split, and then after I talked to them, after I found out, they said, yeah, I think you're right, it'd be 100% agricultural. So then I've decided, okay, let me call Mark Chavone, the Director of Farmland Protection, and ask him. Now, you know that under our farmland protection, if you decide to disturb any ground, and it's even so restrictive that I know I've ran across places where you can't even take dirt off the site. If you do any excavation or anything like that, the dirt has to stay on site.
I think most of that has to be approved by that board.
It does. So I figured, let me ask Mark Chavone whether any of this would be permissible on 10,000 acres that's preserved in Berkeley County. And his response to me was, absolutely, we encourage this. It would fit on any piece of property we would have in Berkeley County as 100% agricultural business. Now, I later found out that I think there's a criteria, which I like to think that our ordinance can be rewritten to do this, and I think it may cap out at 2%. So if you have 100 acres, you can do 2 acres of business to process what's on that farm. And then I figured I'd call Denny Payne, which is our local representative from the ABC Commissioner's Office, and ask him how he felt about this. And he said he basically said that, or he said that he would look at this as being 100% agricultural business. He drives by it quite regularly, and so now it leaves the MS4 stormwater district here that's through this sewer district and DEP. So now I feel I know what the definition of agricultural is. So I figured I'd just go to those 2 regulatory areas. And there is concern with the MS4 stormwater because they get audited and by the DEP and possibly even by the EPA, and they don't want to be audited and say, why isn't this process this falling under MS4? And by the way, they absolutely don't want to take the risk of being fined. So therefore, the next thing is Dan made a phone call to the governor's office. I made a phone call to DEP, talked to them, told them the concern of not only ours, but also MS4. And the conversation I had was a very good conversation. It seems like the relationship with DEP and us is really growing and blossoming. And they expressed that they would look at this as being an agricultural 100%. None of this is in writing, so that's why I'm having this in a public session so everybody knows everything that I know. But actually, at the same time, as the MS4 stormwater district has looked at it, is, this is to reduce water runoff, reduce flooding downstream, which that's the start of the dry run. That it will still be looked at. You got to have good practices. You've got to be able to. This doesn't relieve you of any future inspections or fines, so that's where we're at. And I actually talked to Curtis Keller Jr. from the sewer district about this, and he basically said exactly what I just said. My last sentence was, this is something that we're going to side with you all and everybody else, but at the same time, number one, we got to look at our ordinance and make some changes. Number two is we're going to this doesn't relieve him and doesn't give him a green light. Basically, it's gotta be done. Good practices, can't create any other issues down the road. But at the same time, I'll tell you, when I came over the mountain, because I come that way, when we got the 2.5 inches of rain, it's probably one of the first times I've seen that little bit of rain or water come off that piece of property, because it's planted corn, so it's actually absorbing the water. And I will tell you that the state road has quite a few culverts that lets the water from the mountain come through that property. So, you know, it wouldn't all be anything of disturbance from that agricultural business that could create problems. Could be the water that's just coming off that mountain. But I just wanted to bring everybody's attention. I'm gonna stop here just for a second. We'll come right back to it. We have a bid opening that starts at 10 o'clock on some vehicles. Mr. Davis, the bid opening RFP for 4 non-emergency fleet vehicles.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, several weeks ago, Mr. Wine appeared before the council and requested authorization for us to go out for bid for the outright purchase of 5 vehicles total. 1 emergency vehicle, which you had the bid opening next, and 4 non-emergency fleet vehicles.
Yesterday.
The non-emergency fleet vehicles, 2 would be for home confinement, 1 would be for IT, and 1 for our emergency manager. The RFP was developed. It was sent to 20 dealers. It did appear, the advertisement requesting proposal was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal, appeared on September 17th, 2021. We do have certification publication on file. And in your packet, the deadline for bids was yesterday. We received 5 bids for the non-emergency vehicles prior to the deadline.
I think on this bid, we did not specify.
We did not specify the vehicles. There was actually, the request was for 2 compact SUVs and 2 midsize SUVs.
So
We did not specify Ford, GMC.
We didn't want to restrict them
The
because of
only thing
availability,
we
right?
did request, with the concurrence of the council, is that we stay with the white vehicles as we've been purchasing
Yeah.
over the past couple of years.
The first bid is from Kent Parsons Ford here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. They're bidding 2022 Ford Escapes all-wheel drive at the price of $24,090. $24,090, and that's for each vehicle.
There should be 2 bid sheets.
Yep.
One after the other.
And then the other one is for a 2022 Ford Explorer full-wheel drive base. Each one of those would come in at the price of $29,745. $29,745. The next one is going to be from Whiteside of St. Clairsville, and that's St. Clairsville, Ohio.
He's very good too.
Don't cut your leg.
Somebody had to jump on that.
Their bid, so we'll find it. All right, the first one is a 2022 Chevrolet Equinox LS all-wheel drive. Comes in at $23,900. Total for the two would be $47,800. The next one, this is all part of the same one, is a 2022 Chevrolet Traverse, yeah, I guess.
Traverse?
Alright. LT all-wheel drive, those would be at $31,789. Total for two would be $63,578. Read that writing a little bit better there. So I guess that must be both of those. The other stuff is just all. Wait a second, let me make sure. Yeah, there's some here on the compact too, it looks like. Or maybe this is documentation. I think that's documentation. All right. Okay, the next one is Hoffman Ford Sales out of Harrisburg, PA. All right, this one is not as well defined, but looks like they've done two of them together. So the first one is for the compact size is 2022 Ford Escape S, all-wheel drive, $49,100. $49,100. The other one for mid-size is a 2022 Ford Explorer base all-wheel drive is $60,480. $60,480. Huh?
Two. He said two.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be for the two.
It's real close to the local dealer. Right.
All right, the next one's going to be from Keystone Ford out of Chambersburg, PA. First one is a 2022 Ford Escape, and the price for one of those is $26,261. $26,261. The other one is a 2022 Explorer 2.3 liter I-4 EcoBoost. Do not offer the Explorer in a V6 anymore. So that one is $32,780 for each. $32,780.
Oh, pretty close.
Was that all five of them?
So that'll be number five.
And
We've
number
dealt
five.
with all of these dealers before, so they're familiar to us.
All right, the last one is coming from Hagerstown Ford at Hagerstown, Maryland. 2022 Ford Explorer is coming in at $55,050. $55,050. The 2022 Ford Escape is coming in at $49,838. $49,838. That concludes that bid.
next bid for the council's consideration, as I mentioned, is to replace one of our law enforcement, police interceptor vehicles that was totaled in a vehicle accident. The sheriff's department has requested, instead of buying the SUVs like we typically do, that we actually purchase a pursuit-rated police package pickup truck, which we put out for bid. Again, it was mailed to 20 dealers. It was the advertisement for RFP was placed in the March 1st Journal. Certification publication is on file. It did run on September 17th, 2021. The deadline for bids was 4:00 p.m. yesterday, and we received 4 bids for the pickup truck prior to the deadline.
Just all these things. Let me see that envelope. No, never mind. This is Hagerstown Ford, Hagerstown, Maryland. And it appears the price is $38,700. $38,700.
Is that a full-size pickup truck or? Yes, sir. Why are you thinking about replacing yours? That's probably, yeah.
It's a pursuit vehicle too.
All these vehicles are delivered, so the price will be delivered to here. Actually, it's a 750 Baltimore Street.
Keep going, we're gonna be building a parking garage out there, Mr. Wine.
Big build.
Yeah. All right, next one is Kent Parsons Ford, right here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. The price is $36,612. $36,612.
What year is your pickup? You got?
Here we go. 2017.
I just wondered, I was looking at an 18 the other day, it almost looks exactly like yours.
You treat me good today, I'll turn back around and sell you mine. You can drive it home today. Huh?
That's a timeout.
Yeah. Drive it every day.
Yeah.
All right, this one is coming from Whiteside of St. Clairsville, Clairsville, Ohio. St. Clairsville, Ohio. And they basically said, thanks for the invite, but no bid.
They don't even want to sell them.
I'm thinking that's what it said. Maybe it's somewhere else in the paperwork, but. Yep. None.
Not available, huh?
Yeah. All right, this one is from Matheny Ford, out of St. Mary's, West Virginia.
Where's that at?
The price on this one is $40,580. $40,580.
What kind is it?
Ford.
Ford.
We have that discussion all the time.
It's the only things that are available right now.
That's available somewhat.
Yeah.
I'm moving on now. All right, that concludes our bid opening on the 4 non-emergency fleet vehicles and the pursuit vehicle for the sheriff's department. Mr. Wine, that looks like it satisfies our bid request. Thank you, sir. All right, go back to agricultural. Really, that concludes. And the reason I reached out to Denny Payne was because Lieutenant Governor Senator Blair said that he was concerned about from the APC side, so I reached out to them and checked with Denny on that. So I guess today what I wanted to do was to bring you up to speed on all that, make sure that we're all in agreement of what's going on, and make this a formal discussion in public session. So, and if so, then I want a motion for us to consider this 100% agricultural business, and also make sure that we go ahead and say that we need to revisit our ordinance and on that stuff.
I think it's also important to acknowledge that it is following the governor's lead, which we talk about all the time. The governor has made it clear with a couple of meetings that he had here in the Panhandle that he wanted to promote agritourism, that he thought there was no reason why we couldn't be doing the same thing that they're doing on the other side of the state line, because the soils don't change just because it's a state line. And
Does this getting the agriculture, does this exempting from site considerations or the building themselves?
It's all of the above.
So he would be able to build a building without any kind of permit or what?
No, you still have to get a permit, but as just like any, Brian, come on up, just like any ag building, you still have to get a permit, but they're exempt from inspections.
If you have a farm, you're gonna build a
Yeah, but
farm.
if public people are coming and going out of the building,
I mean, it doesn't even require a set of plans, it just requires a permit application.
And that was already done. That's
Well-
not part, actually, that's not even part of the discussion that we're talking about, right?
Right.
but if the building requires permits from the health department or agriculture or somebody,
Don't farms, milk parlors require inspection permits from, health department?
yeah.
Well, so what's the difference? They're still.
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm saying.
But they're still
Well,
agricultural exempt.
There's no general public that is going to come
Yeah,
to
but-
the dairy.
Yeah, and
Well,
there's
I
got
don't-
general public coming in.
I don't know that I would agree with that. I mean, if you look at some of these farms that have, corn mazes and all these activities in the fall and, selling plants and those type of things on their property, there's an enormous amount of general public goes to those.
Which is all outside,
Yeah, there's no buildings.
Huh?
which is all outside.
Building with corn maze.
All right, then let's just go one step further, just so that we can put this out there. So farm markets that are visited from the general public that do bake pies, that does open up ears of corn, that sells different things, does classify that as well. And I guess the bigger thing is all the farm markets that we have fall under agriculture exemption buildings, right? That has to still follow the health department rules and regulations of their septic.
Yeah, you might have to have bathrooms, if you've got tasting rooms, you have to have bathrooms,
Right.
and all that would be exempt.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it let's put it this way. Is there a building permit or any inspections done for schools that have 20,000 people in them? None. They're exempt. Just the same way as agricultural is.
No, one of Doug's examples was a butcher shop, that,
They talked about, a butcher shop. They're not doing that outside. You're gonna sell meat and you're gonna have a butcher shop. It's gonna be inside. You're gonna come in and look at what you want and buy it that way. If you go to Loudoun County, Virginia, I think right now there's 54 vineyards over there and just about as many breweries now in Loudoun County, and they're agricultural exempt. And I can tell you, I've been in several of them, and the doors, the first time I noticed the doors going the wrong direction, I was like, how y'all get away with that? I said, your ramps don't meet code, your doors go the wrong way. I said, how y'all get away with that? And they're like, well, we're agricultural exempt. We don't have to follow those guidelines.
So if the building burns down and takes 40 people with it, hey, tough luck.
There's a sign that they post on the front of the property on those buildings. There's a sign that says you're entering an actual farm, an active farm, and you're entering at your own risk.
That gets them away with it.
No different than any farm.
I think the other thing that you got to think about is there has in our building and engineering department, if it's an agricultural building, it's exempt, and it always has been, right?
No, I built a barn on my place, I had to have it inspected. I
don't
didn't get a
think you
use of
did.
occupancy permit. but
You
I-
got a permit, but you didn't have to have it inspected.
No, heck, I didn't. He came out and
And it's
inspected the
listed as
footers.
agricultural,
Huh?
and it's listed as agricultural.
Yes, sir. He inspected the footers and framing and everything.
Should have no inspections if the assessors assessed you as,
No, I'm not a farm exempt, but it's a barn.
it's based off the assessor classification.
Well, I don't know.
If they deemed you residential, then yes, you did have to have
Well,
it.
And I know of several years ago, there was an individual that built a large building that claimed it was agricultural exempt and then started running a business out of it. And I know that at that point, the county went back and said, hey, this isn't even an agricultural business that you're running. And the county actually made that individual produce all of the inspections and all that. Dig up the edge of the building for the footing and, those type of things. So all of that was done. But if he built the whole building and could have operated as a barn, wouldn't have been an issue. But once he started using it for a different type of business, then it became an issue.
I think there's two sides of this, and we're getting them mixed up. One of them is from the building inspection side, which, don't forget, that's never been a question on this project or any agricultural business. That permit was issued 6 months ago. The topic of discussion today is whether it's exempt under the agricultural definition of everybody I spoke to from stormwater. That's the question that we have here today.
I get my only concern about it, and I support this initiative, this business. I think it would be a very good venue here in Berkeley County, especially when it's very successful, as Dan had mentioned, in Loudoun in particular. So why not here? My only concern is that the MS4, the stormwater folks, have language introduced into their ordinance that would protect them from the audits from the DEP, that they fit within this guideline, that the language be introduced, because right now MS4 is a little bit out of sorts with this, but if language was created for it to work within the ordinance, I think that they would be okay.
There is a thing in the ordinance, Eddie, that actually exempts agricultural business from the ordinance. And that's why I had to turn back around and find out what the definition of agricultural was. That was the number one goal in this. The situation that arose when there was part of that ordinance that we are part of says that you have to have a soil conservation plan in place.
Yes.
Right? Which he has, or the developer. Now, some people from the stormwater side says that don't exist anymore. They don't do that anymore. However, when I talk to DEP, they're saying absolutely still happens. It still occurs. There's no way we can meet the criteria from the EPA if they don't do those plans. We're trying to make sure that there's not over fertilizing, right? We're trying to make sure they don't overline. We're trying to make sure that they rotate the crop, right? So the plan's happening, and that was a conversation that Mr. Davis and Dan and I was in on. I think he was there. So with that said, this individual was kind of getting upset when I said that the plan, they don't do that according to our stormwater people. They have to do it, he said. And so then I remember someone showed me a plan of this crop here, this crop there, you know, I think it was a 3-year cycle or something, if I'm not mistaken. So it met that agriculture exemption on our ordinance. Now the only problem is there's some concern from the MS4 utility company or stormwater that says, well, the plan wasn't started until we brought it to their attention. The EP precisely told me, I don't care when the plan was started, the intention is there, we will accept the plan. All right, so what I'm saying is the reason why I did what I did is I'm not going to put myself in a position that all these entities have said that this is agriculture business 100%. And for me to not agree upon the definition. So, you know, that's why I'm asking for this to be a vote. Because everything that I've worked on and searched out is showing that this is 100% agricultural business, no different than an orchard that's processing apple cider to sell, no different than the guy that's a cattle farm or a farmer raising beef cattle that's going to do the slaughterhouse and things of that nature. Historically, as far as I can remember, agricultural buildings are agricultural buildings. I think in the future our ordinance needs to state, and working with MS4 about percentage of, sort of like Mark Chavone said, or not Mark, I think it was Zach actually said that only 2% of the farm can be used for this purpose. I think I've always said that we need percentages of property of disturbed area. We need distances from a downhill flow of the water before it reaches some other's property. I think there's a lot of considerations there. The one thing that's trying to fit everyone is a 5%. I'm sorry, 5,000 square feet of impervious area. 5,000 square foot of impervious area on a 10,000 or 30,000 square foot, or actually 15,000 square foot lot for a townhouse is completely different than 5,000 square feet on 100 acres. So,
No, I agree. I think a percentage is it. But, you know, the other part of this is if we're going to, you know, if we're going to try to promote agritourism here, we need to be competitive with what's going on around us. And, you know, we don't want to set a total different set of guidelines for these types of businesses here in our county and in our state than they have across the line. Because if we do, then why would they even locate here? You know, and that's probably, well, I know that's part of the problem that the governor's office was trying to address with changing the alcohol rules, because we had a different set of guidelines, you know. you know, we, as a general rule, we follow the recommendation or the lead from the governor's office. You know, I know not too long ago, we added another holiday just because the governor's office added another holiday. You know, it's, in my opinion, it's no different than that. If the governor's office is going to support it, why would we not be doing it?
Has the gentleman that you spoke with in the state DEP, Doug, has he spoke with Mr. Keller from the Stormwater or Mr. Walburn?
I've talked to Curtis Keller and brought him up to speed. And Curtis has basically told me just a couple days ago, the last time or when you and I talked, was that about whether we had him scheduled up for later today. Mr. Keller did say that he's going to go with the recommendation of everybody else.
Well, I know, but there was also conversation about additional language being added into the ordinance for MS4 to work with them, so that we didn't go through this every time, that they gave them a little bit of leeway when it came to agricultural activities.
I think that you need to do that, but you can't go back and do it on this project.
No, I understand, but in moving forward and to be able to cover themselves so that when they are audited, that it doesn't show up as a deficiency in their audit, that they have the language that they said they worked on.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm after.
No.
I don't have a problem with it being agricultural, none whatsoever. What I struggle with a little bit is to make sure that there's language injected into that ordinance to protect the stormwater.
It's actually, that's our ordinance, and actually I just got off the phone with DEP this morning and talked to them about some other things that need to be done. And we'll be talking about that later today probably, but it's been, what, a year and a half now since that's been in place?
Yes.
Matter of fact, I even brought to Curtis's attention and Zach's attention that, hey, we should have some credits by now. You know, we promised people out there that with the, you know, somewhere around a 1 year timeline that there would be credits if you had rain barrels, or if you had done what Mr. Moore did and actually put a lot of money and time into splitting his fields up into different pasture fields to where, you know, you could rotate your cattle so it wouldn't beat the grass down. Those things we would, you know, we should have we should be making headway, and that's stuff that we're gonna have to talk with the stormwater about. Where are you on those? I know that they're mapping a lot of stuff right now through our IT department. But I think the biggest thing is, and I think there was a conversation last week about, you know, it's gotta hinge on some type of percentage of impervious area, because, you know, we don't want to, hypothetically, I don't want any, in this particular part, this is basically a small percentage of the farm, but there could be somebody decide to do a large percentage of the farm of impervious area, and we've got to protect on that. We can't take, this is probably what, 1/15 of the property, maybe, well, 1/20.
The buildings
The building,
aren't going to even take up near that. I
Right.
mean, if you talk about square footage, but you're talking about the whole piece of ground and where they're going to use as an agritourism area. That area, you're probably around that, but actual. Actual impervious, how many acres is out there? Good bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. So anyway, we got to,
Folks got
yeah. So,
If I may suggest something with the impervious areas.
yes, sir.
We could look at it basically with the stormwater management design criteria out of the TR 55. We could look at that impervious area that's in there that's listed for agricultural. That when I would look at something to do a drainage study, that's agricultural land, there's a value for that. we could look at that and possibly see if that's something we could back in there, and that's already something that's established that certainly we can defend, so can council.
All right. Entertain a all right, and I want to,
So you're looking for a motion to support this project as agricultural exempt, as well as a motion included in that motion to take another look at our current ordinances to resolve this issue further in the beginning?
yes, and I do want that motion to also state that this does not pertain to any DOH criteria. All right.
Okay, well, you got anything? I'll make a motion to approve this, this as agritourism, agricultural exempt, and look at, our current ordinances to make modifications so that, this isn't a, ongoing issue. And just to clarify that that we have no jurisdiction over the Department of Highways.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record shows 4-0 vote. Okay.
Just as an added point, Senator Rucker has taken an interest in this, and she absolutely agrees with the decision that the council just made. Knowing how big of an economic factor this could be to the county, or to the state, she's actually trying to clarify the language on the state level. I think it falls under chapter 19 of the code, but they're going to clean all that up too, so that there's no doubt in anybody's mind that facilities like this truly are agricultural exempt.
Well, hopefully they can include us in that little bit of conversation, because there is some situations.
She's working with Matthew.
And but also, yeah, and definitely include DEP on that.
Yes, sir. So we're working on that side too.
All right, I need to just take 2 minutes to make a phone call. I got some stuff going on right now, but, and I'll be right back. So I'm gonna take a 2-minute break to make this phone call. All right, we're back in session for my delay. Sorry for the 20 minutes instead of 2 minutes. Next on our agenda is also one of my, it's not an issue, it's basically a Parks and Rec. Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to come up on this behalf, and Bob, I was gonna say, Bob, you can come up. Just kind of give us a rundown of, and this was just brought to my attention again, it's a great community involvement in a sad time. Tell us about the playground that has been worked on to go out to Poorhouse Farm, please, sir.
And there is some information in your report.
Yeah, I'll introduce myself too. I'm Bob Williams, new executive director out with Parks and Recreation. Glad to be here, and you got invited me today. Look forward to continuing work with you, making the Parks and Rec asset to our community.
It's good to have you here, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to also get to know each one of you. Thanks to Mr. Gochenauer, he's our liaison, and already had a board meeting. So happy to be here. Excited to do great things here. Regarding the playground at the Poorhouse Farm Park, this is here, just for the record, it's a playground that's being donated mostly in memory of the late Charles and Chuck Taylor, who was representative of Berkeley Playground Equipment, and several of his family members were involved with Berkeley Playground. And so through that donation, we moved the old playground that was at one shelter, and now have looked at replacing that. We've already replaced it. Poured a pad out there. Got people putting in playground equipment. This equipment was actually on display at the National Recreation Parks Association conference, national conference last week in Tennessee. That's going to be shipped up. It's on site, and it's being installed tomorrow. Everything permitting, and then next week, it's going to be a fully rubberized surface rather than just a mulch surface you see at any other playground. Most of this has been done out of either staff and donations. This project would have cost, if we contract out, over $100,000. The value of our donations to this point has been over $71,350. We've also received a lot of in-kind labor and equipment, discounts on our concrete, and others from the community. To complete this project, and this will be an fully accessible, because we also have a ramp coming from the shelter. It's going to be accessible, playground we have at this point. We requesting $15,366 to complete this project. Actually be a wise investment, I feel, and something I think is very beneficial to not only the park, but also the community.
All right.
Some questions at this point.
Well, if we add what's been donated so far, it's $71,350, and to finish out the project is $15,366, which is a total price of $86,716.
Right.
Mr. Gochenauer, you also made a statement to me the other day that the $50,000 value on the playground equipment was actually wholesale or cost, not even wholesale cost.
Yeah, it's a very good value.
Right.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
So, and this just came up in the casual conversation Thursday night, and I just said, hey, if we have our community and a business that's putting forth $71,350 towards improving the quality of life in Berkeley County, there's not a reason why we shouldn't put this in front of this council today and ask for the $15,366 to complete it. And it actually fits right into our quality of life stuff that we've been talking about. And I mean, this is no different than a grant that Rachel or Tracy or anybody else would bring to us, and it's a fine example of our community pulling together and doing the right thing for Berkeley County. But like I said, at a sad time.
Right, yeah.
So, I was just going to say, I wanted to see if the council would be interested in giving them the other $15,366 to finish out this project so that they don't have to worry about where to come up and with the $15,366. And I think it would be appropriate, Mr. Davis, if I'm not mistaken, to take it out of the quality of life fund. Or you
Yes,
want to take it out?
You've set aside money for projects like this, and certainly you have the funding for it. So I would also encourage the council to support that.
Well, Doug, I want to thank you for getting it on the agenda, because I think absolutely this is no different than a lot of the grants we've seen over the years, and we take part in those because it's a benefit for the community what's happening here, and it helps the Parks and Recs continue to upgrade. And it's costing the county a small percentage. If somebody's going to donate this much to make something happen, why would we not want to get involved in it and help out?
So you're gonna make a motion?
Is there any further discussion? I guess that's your call, right? You ready for a motion?
Entertain a motion.
I'll entertain a motion to support this project with the $15,366 that was requested.
Taken out of the quality of life fund.
Yep, come from the Quality of Life Fund.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you very much. We will have a ribbon cutting you'll be invited to on October 15th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the park. Dedicating this in memory of Chuck Taylor and the family members that I think they've been collected to make this happen.
All right, well, thank you. Stick around if you have time. And
Yeah.
we'll get a more formal introduction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, if you could have Teresa send me an invoice.
I will do
She
that.
knows what to do. Invoice me, and that way we have the audit trail, and I'll take care of it for you. We'll get that on the purchase order log next week.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna postpone the board of meeting reports till next week. We're gonna be here probably until about 4 o'clock, if you all don't know that by now. Board and commission vacancies, any activity there?
Yeah, I think I got an application sheet received from Gary Wine for the Senior Services Board.
Who? I think it sounds familiar.
Is that a person that we're gonna have to interview, or should we know enough about him?
We don't have him for an interview yet, but he's in the audience, so we can get him come up and ask a little bit.
He looks pretty young to be on the senior board. Usually the people is approaching that age.
Yeah, I spent time with my 75-year-old dad yesterday, so I feel like I'm ready for help on that every day.
Hey, you spent some time with me.
When?
72.
Yeah, then he won't want to get on
Like before, when I applied for the library board, which I think I have a year and a half left on that board, speaking to Commissioner Delier and our councilperson Delier mentioned that there was a position there, or a spot open that they were looking for. Always looking to help, so if you think I can be of service or be help to the board, I'd gladly take part.
I don't know, what experience do you have with the seniors?
I did 4 hours yesterday. That was tough. Jim, I think that, it's not necessarily just about what you can do for the senior part. I think you have, staff people involved and other members of the board that probably fit in that area. Maybe I can bring, technology help, the kind of model that's ran here from a business help, processes, procedures. I know they're always looking for opportunities to generate revenue, other ways for them to kind of stand up and support themselves. So I think I can offer some advice and maybe even help and contacts involved there.
You have a vacancy on the board?
We do. Not only generate, but save too.
Correct.
There may be ways to provide the same service with cutting a little more cost or finding some more
find some more revenues to come in. So I think Gary's towns, are definitely and could be an asset to that board, as well as I think that serving on that board may be an asset to Gary, because in his position right now, he get a whole new understanding by being on the board of the whole operation there.
I don't really have much for you. I know now that you are the chairman of the library board, and so I know that I think it's calm waters now. But like the senior center, it's been a very well used facility and very needed facility. I think they're back up and running now, right? Are they at full speed?
They are. They're having some difficulty. They had some COVID in the lower office, and so some of them were out, and some of them did their quarantine time and are back in, and other ones have continuing family members, and so that thing is going to go on forever. But when you start talking about COVID in the senior services. That group of individuals are obviously a little more old school, and they have a whole different thought process on it than you would think people at with compromised immune systems would. So, that board is, or that operation over there is up and running and doing real well again.
Yeah. Well, I just know that it's a very important service that's able to be provided. A lot of assistance is gained through there, so it's always good to have a new face to look at things a little differently.
Service is what I do, what I've done for 31 years. So.
Thank you.
Well, Gary, thanks for wanting to get it involved in it. I really appreciate it. Enough. I want to go ahead and make a motion.
Wait a second, I haven't even got my turn yet.
You took your turn. You were out of the room. You took too much time on us already. Go ahead. Give him a hard time.
No, there's no question that, Mr. Wine, you can bring, it doesn't matter what you're involved in or what you decide to get involved in, you bring experience and well-rounded individual. But also know that you have an issue and a problem that you're like us, you can't tell people no. So my only question to you is, are you sure you have the time to do this?
My wife can hear. We'll make time, I do. It isn't like another full-time job, but if you would ask the staff at the library board, I make myself available to them while I'm here, while I'm at home, while I'm on vacation. The same would apply there. If I can help, I promise you I will, like you just said, and it won't matter what's going on where I'm at. So we'll make time. I enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, I'm done.
I already made a motion.
Second page.
No, you didn't. Is that your motion?
That was my motion.
All right. I have a motion on the floor and a second to appoint Mr. Wine to the senior center.
Is this a full term? Or is he
It is. It is.
I don't know what the full term is.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Wine. All right. We have some applications for the fire board, which is the ones that would be coming from Beddington Volunteer Fire Station. Penny, if you could set all three of them up for interviews, please.
And we select one from the three, is that what?
You select one from the three. So, but Ms. Barnard, what it is the Beddington puts three names in and through their board membership meeting, and then it goes to the fire association, and it gets passed over to the county council. We'll interview it, and we appoint the one that we feel that would be a good fit. So, but it has to be one of those three coming from Beddington because they go in the rotation. All right, next on our agenda, we're only an hour behind, but introduction of Bob Williams, Executive Director of Berkeley County Parks and Rec. So I don't know why your board member left. He could have been part of this conversation, but tell us a little bit about yourself, Bob, that you haven't already told us, and why, a little bit of passion of why why you're the new executive director, and some of you, it's pretty early to get some of your thoughts processing,
Right.
but I'm sure you've
Yeah.
already been asked those questions before, I'm sure.
Yeah, they certainly have, and thank you again for inviting me. I've been here a week and a half now. Really, my life has been public service. I've been in the last 16 years worked in local and county governments and parks and recreation in various forms. My education is parks and recreation, nonprofit management as well. I did nonprofit management for an outdoor recreation for many years prior to coming into local government. For me, I do follow the tenets that International Aegis, National Recreation Park Association has. They talk about health and wellness, conservation, and social equity is why parks exist. You talk about quality of life, and that's really what I'm seeing on a daily basis happening with our community. Is these are safe places for people to go to. Years ago, whenever there's crisis, people go to two places. They go to churches and they go to parks to get consolation. And that's why I believe really strongly that parks are vital and part of the community. As far as other background, coming from a variety of different park systems, both those that are more passive and those that are active. Most recently, I was working in Alexandria, Virginia, in their parks rec system, running their operations division as well as resource division, working with we have 7 rec centers, nature center, multiple pools, playgrounds, sports, and all that stuff. So, again, it excites me because it's on a daily basis. I've seen the impact of kids, of families, really growing and becoming better citizens just because they have access to safe, positive experiences. And that's what I want to offer here. And continue the great work, and we can grow it as the community starts to grow, continues to grow. We need to be prepared about that. So that's what I'm excited about, meeting those challenges as we move forward.
Okay, all right. Well, again, welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to working with everyone.
We'll be working very closely together. I know Eddie and Dan's on the strategic planning committee.
Right.
There's some quick activity that we're going to try to do on some studies on some parks to try to open up some grant money.
Right.
Anywhere from $500,000 up to $10 million. So anybody have anything to say to Bob?
Well, I will add, just because you mentioned, we're working through the master plan and strategic plan right now, so I've already been involved as a consultant on that. As we move forward with that process, and I also have background in grant writing, and look forward to collaborating on anybody that is working on this.
Okay.
Are you familiar with our Region 9 staff?
Not yet. But it will be. I've heard their names.
Well, there they are.
There they are.
Yeah, great asset to the community and worked very hard to. Matter of fact, we was talking to Rachel about the grant for the study and stuff on the park. So,
Fantastic.
but
Well, great.
all right. Eddie,
Thank-
yeah.
Yeah, just once again, welcome to Berkeley County, and I look forward to a lot of good things, if not great things, ahead. So
Yeah, one thing you said that intrigues me is the nature center. I'd love to see something like that move into Berkeley County. I don't know if it's on the list or not, but that would be a great thing for Berkeley County.
Yeah,
Experience.
So if somebody has a farm to donate to.
yeah. I heard
That'd
somebody
be
talk
great.
about a little farm earlier.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, got a new building on it. Even.
Well, and I'm going to say the same thing. Welcome. I know the Parks and Recs went through a long
Yes.
process to try to find the right person to fit into that job. So I think we're confident that obviously you have the ability to do what you need to do, and I think the Parks and Recs definitely going to benefit as well as all of Berkeley County. So thanks.
thanks for getting involved and taking it
Yeah,
down.
looking forward to it, looking forward to settling, permanently in this community and not only being, the head of Parks and Rec, but also being an active member of the community.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and take Rachel Snavely, Executive Director, Region 9, increase in assessment fees. Rachel,
Good morning.
good morning.
I have a little bit of information from you, and I've also brought our new environmental program coordinator to do a quick introduction afterwards. To start, I want to let you know that at the September 13th Region 9 full council meeting, the board voted unanimously to increase the municipal and county assessments from 25 cents per capita to 55 cents per capita. This had a positive vote from Morgan, Berkeley, and Jefferson County representatives. Region 9 hasn't requested an increase
From the what census? Per
from the
capita?
2010 census.
There you go.
From the 2010 census. So Region 9, we haven't requested an increase in over 20 years. We are the lowest funded, the smallest staff, and the smallest budgeted regional council in the state, despite having the most growth and the highest population. And in your read ahead, you can see in comparison to where we stand with the other regional councils as far as assessments, as far as staff, and as far as our budgets. So not including our DEP-funded staff member, Megan, Region 9 has operated with 2 staff, and we've still managed to leverage over $50 million in grants and low-interest loan opportunities in just 5 years, while only collecting $283,000 in local assessments. This year, we've been blessed with a third contractor through EDA, whose contract expires at the end of this fiscal year. He's been able to take on a full workload of additional opportunities that we wouldn't have been able to do without him. So after an evaluation of these opportunities that are available, by just adding a single staff person to Region 9, it was clear to the board that this increase was more than justifiable. It had been discussed internally for several years, just no one had actually put the trigger on it and bringing it before the board. My board will be reassessing the county and municipal assessments on an annual basis. It was actually questioned at the full council meeting by several municipalities why I was not asking for more money. I think everyone realizes that we are grossly understaffed. I had a conversation with federal EDA yesterday. They also expressed worry about our staffing level and considered it a staffing crisis. I am working numerous angles to bring on additional staff at no additional cost to our member governments. That includes working with a local foundation for potential staffing funds, submitting another application through EDA to get another contractor for a couple years. But ultimately, those aren't sustainable long-term funding sources. So that's why we're going to evaluate this on an annual basis to see when or if assessments need to continue to increase in the next couple of years. I do want to make it clear that we're not just grant writers. We are also our project managers. So we don't just write a grant and then do progress and financial reports. We walk through entire construction projects that span several years. We track down easements. We get out there with a shovel and physically go out and dig stream bank restorations. We prepare construction bid documents. We are in every meeting for every project from start to finish. Given that we're a regional organization, smaller, more disadvantaged communities that don't have in-house grant writers are going to utilize our services more. That's not to say that Berkeley County, that we can't assist Berkeley County as well. We do have several projects with Berkeley County right now. I do want to make you aware that it is anticipated that all quote-unquote COVID grants, as well as the infrastructure bill and all the broadband grants, are going to be funneled through the regional council. I believe Penny provided you with our project status update, our project development sheets. Since those were sent out, we have had 4 additional projects added to that list, including one from the Berkeley County Development Authority, which was just confirmed this morning that we will be working on with St. Hamilton. So there's separate handouts. It says project status. Those are active projects, and project development are projects that haven't had the green light yet, but we're working on. And 4 additional projects have been added into our active list just in the past week. So I did request the absolute bare minimum needed to keep Region 9 operating at an acceptable level. This amount was, again, approved unanimously by my board. So beginning in FY23, the assessment for Berkeley County is $47,917. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions about our projects, about our need for staff. Like I said,
The new assessment's gonna be 57 and change,
should be
at 55 cents, 57, 290, 295.
Yeah.
Did I misclick that? I'm sorry. 57, yes, 57, 290, 295.
But that's based on the 2010 census,
Correct, and we are not changing it to 2020.
so you're not gonna use the 2020 census.
No, and I don't have any plans on changing it to the 2020 census.
Why would you not use the 2020 census?
Because our smaller municipalities have not had their census data released yet. And in time for the city councils and the county councils to incorporate this new amount into their budgets, it needs to be approved this year. And I'm not sure when the census figures are going to be finalized in time for everyone to have this
So you
ready. for
will
the
use the
council.
new census, just won't be currently for this, what you're asking for.
We're keeping the figures at the 2010 census indefinitely until the board decides that another assessment increase is needed. So we're sticking with the 2010 census for now.
Okay.
But I'm planning at my November 8th meeting to set up a subcommittee of board members to do annual assessment review that'll take place at the end of each fiscal year to see when or how much are the assessments need to continue to increase over the next couple of years to meet staffing demands.
Okay, all right, well, I think y'all do great work, and anytime that we can bring the grants into the Berkeley County the way we do, between your office and our office, I think it's a win-win. I would just like to have a week to look this over and.
No action is needed today.
Right.
It'll be in next year's budget.
Right, but in order, yeah, so we have a little bit of time. I think it's doable, but I just need to make sure.
Well, Rachel will be presenting this in January, February as part of her budget presentation.
So this is informational purposes?
22, 23, this is just for informational.
Oh, okay,
purposes. She's
all
not
right.
asking for additional funding.
Okay, because it was on my sheet as action.
No.
No, it's not.
So you don't need additional funds for the rest of this year, is what you're saying?
No, we have our contractor paid through EDA through June 30th. So this will take effect June 1st, 2022. And like I said, this was approved by the board and under state codes of
Okay.
management assessment. So.
All right, well, thank you for coming here today. Thanks to each and every one of your staff members, and you know, we do a lot of good things in Berkeley County, and look forward to continue to do that. So, anybody else?
Absolutely. I mean, they do an enormous amount of help in all over the county. So much appreciated.
I did want to introduce Megan Deal. She has taken the position that Matt Pennington resigned, so she will be our new stormwater liaison. We actually do have a call with Zach Walburn tomorrow to introduce her to Zach, and she's where she's from.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Megan Deal. I actually just came from Upper Allen Township, Pennsylvania. I was the stormwater program manager there for the last 7 years. So I had both my master's and bachelor's in geoenvironmental studies with a concentration in geographic information systems. I have multiple certifications, qualified stormwater compliance professional, as well as a Chesapeake Bay landscape professional and certified stormwater inspector. That's pretty much it. I love stormwater.
Megan and I attended a meeting together yesterday, Zoom.
I'm sorry, Megan.
But it was the local governmental advisory committee, and so I was glad to see her there.
Mhm.
She contributed, and it's good.
She helped you through the meeting.
Yeah.
I
She
spoke
drugged me
once.
through the meeting.
Yeah.
It's been great so far. Third week, nonstop meetings. I'm trying to catch up as much as possible. I have some pretty big shoes to fill, so I'm hoping I can keep everyone happy.
Well, I've been building in this county for over 30 years and I don't like stormwater.
So I'll avoid conversations with you.
It poses a lot of problems.
But thank you for having me today.
All right, thank you for being here. All right. This time we'll take a quick break. All right, we're back from a short break. I'm, and I'll take the blame for it. I'm running way behind today, so what we're going to do is we're going to shuffle the agenda around. We're going to go ahead and do the state budget revision with Mr. Davis. We're going to move our 11:30 with Mr. Davis, Gary Wine, and Assessor Larry Hess to after executive session, which will be quite late. And whoever's making the phone call to Larry, it's probably going to be 4 o'clock, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then also, we're going to wait for that time frame to have Mr. Davis and Mr. Wine to talk about our new software update. So we're going to fit everything that we have on the agenda today on today, or before we leave here today. Mr. Davis.
Larry just walked in.
Larry, I'm running extremely behind today, so we're gonna put executive session in front because everybody's here. Not everybody. We have a lot of things in executive session today. It's probably gonna be around 4 o'clock, but we're gonna come back into the regular open session to take care of that. Okay? Thank you, sir. All right. So, Mr. Davis, if you will, go ahead and do state budget revision number 4, Fund 001, please.
Yes, sir. You have before you state budget revision number 4 to the general fund. As you can see in your detail, we've received 38 checks and ACHs that are currently unassigned since the last state budget revision total $395,397. Just a few things of note. IT received $74,843 for services provided to a variety of outside agencies. We did receive $10,714 in reimbursement from FEMA for some PPE equipment that we continue to find grants for. And we did receive our one of our last payments from Baker Heights Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $13,427, which is the Safer Grant reimbursement, recommending that the $10,714 be put back into supplies and materials of your courthouse account, which is where we paid for the PPEs initially. Of course, $74,843 back in the IT department's supplies and materials, $276,268 in your contingency account, $5,710 in the sheriff's department, which is 3 different overtime reimbursements that we've received, the $13,427 back in emergency management as reimbursement of those career firefighter expenses for Baker Heights, and then we had 3 claims payments from 2 from WV Corp and 1 from Erie Insurance for 3 different vehicle claims, and put that back in central garage.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis? If not, I entertain a motion to approve state budget revision number 4, Fund 001. Motion's been made. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, at this time, I'll ask for a motion to go into executive session for legal matters and economic development. I don't think we have any real estate acquisitions that we're needing to do right now.
No, sir, no personnel.
And no personnel. All right.
So moved.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We are in executive session.
read ahead, so he's just gonna wing it.
Yeah.
All right, we're out of executive session, back into open session. The next agenda item is Alan Davis and Gary Wine to update us on the Munis software.
Mr. President, if you would just note that no action was taken during.
No action was taken in the executive session.
Thank you, sir.
So, as you all know, you approved a new financial package that probably late last fall. We began training and design right around January with intentions of going live July 1st on the budget accounting side and January 1st, 2022 for payroll. We met the July 1 deadline. We've been active in Munis, which is a Tyler product, since July 1st. It's quite a change. It's moved very well. Your finance team has been knee deep in training and design now, my goodness, since when we were in budget, they were in the middle of it. Everything's functioning. Some of the reporting tools and things that are in there, some of the, we've offered that up to the department heads, so we're going around now and getting that set up so they can begin to look and gain access and do things that historically they would have had to say, hey, finance, can you send me my end of month report and things like that. So we're starting to work to get some of the new features out into the field. From an end user standpoint on the inside, it's awesome. It can give us reports and things that used to take 2 or 3 different reports and some calculations in Excel to get what you wanted. And now, in a matter of seconds, you can see, okay, show me where every payroll in every budget in General County and what the stats are in that. Now we can have that literally in seconds, where before it was half a day's worth of work. So,
And you can get real-time reports. So the control reports that we would get at month's end, I can go over and get
Right now.
only because of the cheat sheet that Gary gave me. I can go in and pull the report and give it to you as of 3:30,
you can.
where our revenues and expenditures are. It's really slick.
So we just kind of wanted to give you an update to tell you that it's off the ground and working. And that's a prelude to a conversation we'd like to have about the new payroll piece. Part of going to the new payroll module that will offer the same functionality and features, search and inquiry stuff like we're getting with budget and accounting, is the purposes of time reporting. About 90% of the organization reports their time through a standardized reporting process. We do it inside of the CMI that we wrote. We have 3 outlayers, and what we'd like to discuss with the council is an opportunity to standardize that by action from the bench so that everyone reports times standardized. And within that same reporting standardization, we'd also like for you to adopt that everyone reports time, be it pay for or docked, if you will, on a certain amount increment and get everybody standard. We have some now that may very well, what they call dock an employee 2 minutes on a 40-hour work week, right? Inside the developed software that we use, we have it to a 15-minute increment. For us to recondition that software to the minute is more than we can handle.
15-minute increments, probably being 7 and 8 minutes decides whether you're on time or you're late.
Right.
Right, 7 minutes after 9 or after 8, you're okay, as long as you don't show a track record, but if you're 8 minutes after, you're late.
Right.
Or if it's an elected official, the elected official that just deducted 2 minutes worth of pay from a paycheck, they could say, as an internal policy, if you're 5 minutes late, you're late, you're gonna get docked 15
Right.
minutes. That's their decision to make. But from a time and attendance, because every once in a while, a council person will come and say, how much time does, I notice that so-and-so, every time I look for them, they're not at their desk, can you give me a log of what their attendance are? And I can do that for all but 3 departments, and those 3 departments aren't using CMI.
Yeah, I mean, those systems, I know a certain individual that, used to be, and I won't call my wife out on this, but it was 10 minutes, and if she knew that she could be 5 minutes late for work, and it didn't register her late, but if she was 6 minutes late for work,
Right.
she was registered 10 minutes.
He's not
Bring a
afraid.
laugh out of me today.
And these kinds of actions and changes are standardized in payroll processes. We aren't asking to adopt or to implement anything that isn't an industry standard. What we're dealing with now, and let's just talk about this 2-minute issue, we've got 20 minutes worth of manual time to facilitate the 2-minute effort. So it really does cost us money to process things that are outside of the standard. The other thing that it does, which the auditors raved over the last audit we had, was with regard to the time and attendance. We gave the auditors access to the reporting tool. They don't have to say, hey, can I get Gary Wine's October timesheet? Can I see? They just went in and got what they wanted. Like, oh my goodness, could you share this with the other 54 people? You tell them, we'll give it to them. So the auditors really liked the process too. So they didn't have to go to a clerk that went to a file drawer that found the employee record file that got out particular timesheets and made a copy. So what went from hours of assessment turned into seconds of reporting. So I think it's just a matter of house cleaning. And to be honest, it's driven by trying to go live with the new package January 1st. And if we can standardize it now, it gives us a few months to get everyone in order, and then we'll be ready to go.
Is that a good process to be able to speed auditors through something?
You think?
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Because, obviously, if they've planned a day, now they've got time to look places they might not have looked before.
Well, the other thing that it does, and they won't be able to do it for the fiscal year just ended, but for the current fiscal year, whoever has the audit at the end of next year for this fiscal year, they'll be able to do a lot of their field testing remotely, which will save us, your staff time, because typically they come in with a team of 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 auditors, and they're here for the most part of a week doing their field testing. Now a lot of their field testing can be done remotely. So that'll be a time saver.
How do you secure those lines when you allow somebody to get into your system?
You bring them in through a VPN, virtual private network. So we'd issue them a set of secured credentials.
I got
They
it.
would come in and do their audit, and when they're done, we turn it off and they can't get back.
Okay.
That's again, an industry standard. Has been for a while, but
I don't do
they
that.
can audit you from afar. So it's really just 2 items to consider. One, creating a policy where everybody does monthly time and attendance through the CMI. And secondly, for purposes of payroll processing, that the payroll department process on 15 million increments.
All right, so, this is, we're looking for direction from the council. CMI has proven to be a huge asset for us to be able to
And
do what we need to
The other
do.
thing, and the sheriff has embraced this wholeheartedly, they have daily activity sheets.
They do.
Well, they've automated their daily activity sheets and CMI together. So that if they do a daily activity sheet and their daily activity sheet says they only did things totaling 7.25 hours, and their CMI says they were present for 8 hours, it wants to know what happened to the other 3/4 of an hour. So they're synced together, and it's worked.
Okay.
The conversation I've had with law enforcement, it's worked very well.
It's not new. We went live with this in 16, and if we can get through law enforcement, we can get through anything. Everyone else is standard. There's no question. You work 8 hours or you work 7 hours, it doesn't matter, and you report on 15-minute increments. It's very simple. Were you sick? Were you on vacation? Were you on site present? Were you on leave without pay? Were you on bereavement? It's no different than the piece of paper. It's just inside the computer system.
All right, so you want to move forward with the policies?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care of it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, next on the agenda is Alan Davis, County Administrator, Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, Larry Hester, Assessor's Compensation Work Week and Technology changes.
As the council's aware, on July 23rd, when we were discussing unencumbered fund balance, you decided to take a portion of that unencumbered fund balance and give compensation adjustments to all employees, all full-time, all employees. Except at that time, the employees of the assessor's office. The assessor's office currently has 15 full-time budgeted positions in the general fund and 16 full-time budgeted positions in the valuation fund. After some discussion with the council, you directed Mr. Wine and I to meet with the assessor to discuss pay increases, not only an increase to the 10%, but also migration as part of the condition. One of the conditions to migrating to, or the 10% was to migrate to a 40-hour work week. So on July the 16th, Councilperson Delier, Mr. Wine, and I met with the assessor. We thought, and what I did is, and I've given you all a spreadsheet, and Mr. Wine and Mr. Hess both have been given that. What I did was take all the employees that were on the payroll as of July 1st, what was approved by the council, and then I adjusted the compensation effective today, September 30th, 2021, the increase, what the percentage increase. And then I moved all those employees based on the compensation as of 9/30/2021 to a 10% increase. And if they've already got more than 10%, I didn't adjust their salaries, but if anybody got less than 10%, I adjusted their salaries so that everyone got 10%, which is what the council approved for all other county employees. And then I converted that to a 40-hour per week salary and then provided a $1 increase. During the discussion that we had on the 16th, it was evident that because the assessor's valuation fund was fully staffed, that at that time, it only had about $1,607 thereabouts in surplus compensation funds. So I thought at the time that it was agreed that we would move 2 employees from the assessor's valuation fund to the assessor's general fund. The assessor's general fund currently has 5 vacancies. So of the 15 budgeted positions, only 10 were filled. So I propose that we move 2 employees from the assessor's valuation fund to the assessor's general fund, leaving 3 vacancies, and eliminate altogether 2 vacancies in the evaluation fund, which provided enough compensation to provide a 10% pay increase and do the 40-hour work week. Now, just as a point of illustration, and we've done this exercise before with other departments. An employee that works 35 hours a week, if you take 35 times 52 weeks a year, it comes out to 1,820 hours. So 31 employees, 31 budgeted positions, times the 1,820 hours, which is the 35-hour work week, comes out to 56,420 hours a year. 56,420. An employee that works 40 hours a week times 52, as you know, is 2,080 hours. So what I did then was take the 56,420 hours in total that employees are currently working, divided it by 2,080, and it comes out to 27.125 employees.
Comes out to 27.125 employees, but also a reduction on vacation and sick time from the additional employees.
Right. And overtime.
and benefits,
Correct.
And it becomes, all of those hours become
productive.
production hours as opposed to start up and stop and break, that type of thing.
So my original proposal was to eliminate 3 positions out of the assessor's valuation fund. But on the 16th, I thought we walked away with an agreement that.
You said we thought, I thought we walked away. Who's we?
No, we did walk away with that
We
agreement.
thought we walked, I thought, man.
Well,
maybe,
no, it was agreed upon at that time.
that we were going to move 2 employees up to the general fund and eliminate 2 out of the assessor's valuation fund, which still gave the assessor 2 employees more than I thought was needed.
Then the equal hours.
Right. I put together the spreadsheet, and Mr. Hess said that that wasn't what we agreed to, and we met yesterday, and long story short, we didn't come to an agreement. At that time, he indicated that I misunderstood and that I didn't have, neither I nor Mr. Wine had the authority to tell him how to run his budget, which he's absolutely true, and I never intended to do that. So I just wanted to make the council aware, you directed us to do something, and we've done it.
Well, the goal wasn't to tell him how to operate his
No, and that was never the intent.
employees. The goal was to come up with an agreement to get his employees a significant raise, as well as move them to 40 hours a week like the rest of the employees in the county.
And the only reason I'm bringing it to your attention now, and what you do with it is entirely up to you. I know that the council's getting quite a few telephone calls from employees that want to know why you're not doing something, and I don't want the council to not know what's been done.
Well, if you go fully staffed and go to 40 hours a week, you create 8,060 hours more of production time on, if you use the 31 employees?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
So that's almost 4 employees. That's just shy of 4 employees. Right?
Yes, sir. It's 3 point, just shy of 4.
Yeah, just shy of 4 employees. So it's a generous thought to give him 2,000 more hours or more production.
Go ahead, Mr. Hess.
Well, that sounds good, but I have a different opinion on all that. We did meet Alan and Dan and Gary and myself on the 16th. And we discussed going to 40 hours, going to the 10% increase. And, and when we left that meeting, the agreement was that Alan was going to put together a spreadsheet and show me what numbers he had so we could approve it. And he specifically said, this will not go anywhere until you get to see it. You get to prove this before we do anything with it. Okay? That didn't happen, first of all. You put a spreadsheet together, you got it in front of you, and it's not in any way meets what we discussed. It does in a way, all right, but
You got 3 people that says it does, and you're the one that says it doesn't.
hey, look, I'm not going to win this argument against you guys. I can tell you that right now, but I'm just trying to tell you my side of the story, all right? So, but that spreadsheet he put together, when I gave my employees an increase in July 1 for doing extra work for the previous year because I was down employees. I mean, I was way understaffed. And they performed and got the work done. And they got that money for doing that extra work.
So are you saying that some of your employees absorbed work and took on additional workload of other employees that weren't there anymore?
There's some employees
Are you
that,
saying, you lost Brad, you lost Tammy? Are you saying some of your existing employees absorbed some of
Those
their,
duties.
some of their work duties?
well, everybody did.
Okay,
So you gave them more money to compensate for that.
Well, not for that. It was for extra work because I was understaffed, basically.
Okay.
And COVID, all that, I mean, just extra work.
So
As I-
if you're giving them money for extra work,
Yeah.
then you don't need the employees that you don't have
You're totally
because you've
wrong.
already given those responsibilities away.
Oh.
Or if you're going to employ them or go ahead and hire them employees, then you take those raises back that you gave them when you hire the other employees because now you give them duties to those people.
I understand what you're saying, the theory that you're all talking about, but I want you to go out there and look at that line right now. It's been there all day. It's been there for the last couple of months. In my staff, I had 2 people show up this morning for the counter. I had to pull 3 people from out of the back to cover the front, and we're still understaffed. They can't get their work done because they're out front helping. Now, as this is the fastest growing county in the state of West Virginia, and you tell me I gotta cut my employees when I'm already down like 5 employees on each.
No. We just said we're gonna give you 4,000 more working hours
then what you have now?
than you have now. 4,000 more hours to
And
work.
that 1 hour a day doesn't put a body at that front counter.
How many employees?
That 1 hour a day doesn't do that.
How many employees are you down right now?
I'm down, I have only 10 employees and 406 accounts.
So you're down 5 employees. So you're down 5
Probably
employees.
at least
So
5.
this plan that we're talking about, right here, this plan we're talking about, will give you 3 more employees plus 4,000 hours more
I
of work.
understand all that, but I'm
So-
saying,
so-
we had,
So you have, your argument that the line isn't working, there's 5, basically
that
5
doesn't give me
employees
more,
worth of,
it doesn't give me
worth of
more
labor.
bodies out there. Working
Well,
1 hour extra a week.
It
If I
does,
got
you're
2
down, you
people
said
off
you're down
sick,
5 employees.
if I had 2 people off sick or somebody on vacation or whatever, that 1 hour in the morning doesn't help me out.
You'll have
We
to-
have to, take our lunch breaks and spread that out. I mean, you have to have bodies there.
So if you have to have bodies, why don't you have bodies right now? Because
Well,
you just said you're 5 employees down and you got a line out there. Why don't you have bodies right now filling them positions and getting that line down?
Well, there's only 2 people showing up today.
That's my point.
That's what I'm
That's-
saying.
we
I gotta
can't-
have.
We can't control that. We
Well-
can't control that. And if you don't have people
Okay.
showing up, this is going to allow you to pay those people more money and have an incentive to hire people that are going to show up.
I understand all
The
that.
35 to 40 hour work week, Mr. Hess, we've always said, we're not asking for any employee, nor would you be asking for your employees to do more for less. You're working 12.5% more per week, you're gonna get compensated for 12.5% more. The numbers don't lie.
I
If you're
understand
working
that.
12.5% more hours, you're getting more productivity, and it's kind of like being in the construction business, the same as it is here. If you're in the construction business, you get to the job, you pull your tools out, you turn back, and this is what Dan's talking about. You pull your tools out, you work 7 hours, you turn back around, you put them back in the truck, and then if you work 5 days a week, you got 2 hours of wasted time per day, or an hour of wasted time per day. That's what we're talking about. When you add an extra hour in the middle of the day, that's a productive hour. The numbers don't lie. When you turn back around and say you take 31 people and times it by 35 versus, and then divide that number by 2,080 and it becomes 27 people, that's more people, and incentivizes them at 12.5% more to be competitive with the private world. You just lost an employee that went to another place in the county because they made almost $5,000 more from working from a 35 to 40 hour work week. That's what I think Dan's referring to.
And here's
But-
the thought. Here's the thought. Let's say this, Larry. If you accept this, if you accept the way we've got it right now, That means you're 2 employees less than you have. If you accept this the way it is, and if you fill all those positions and you still need help, come back and talk to us and we'll figure out how to give you help. I mean, we want you to be successful. We want your employees to be successful. So if this takes 2 employees away and you fill all those positions and you have problems, come back and talk to us and we'll help solve that problem.
I can't do that.
Huh?
I can't do that. I can't. You all might want to do it, but I won't. Because there's been times in the past where he wants to give raises to people and he doesn't have the money in the 406 account because he gives them raises because we don't give other people raises throughout the county. And he takes them from 406 and puts them in 407 and does it anyway. And now we're going to turn back around, take people out 407, put them back in 406 and give them money to do it.
Yeah, but we have the ability to set his budget. We have the ability to set the budget in the 406 account. So if he decides to do those type of things and we're not happy with him, when we set the budget next year, we'll just adjust it so that it works out.
But Larry, it's your office. You do what you want. We're just trying to give you an opportunity to be successful at what you do. And I want to put on record that Mr. Davis did this spreadsheet at your request. You asked him to do it.
Yeah, but it didn't put on there what I asked him to put on.
You asked him to do it.
He put exactly what we talked about in that meeting, exactly what we talked about.
Okay, well, here's one of the issues with that. You know, the money I gave to my employees because of the extra work they did wasn't a raise, it was for extra work. Now, he has the right, you told me that Dan has the right, Alan has the right to take every one of them line item people that I gave raises to, just like, let's say Cody got a 10% increase, what I gave him. And Alan can take it away. He's gonna take that sheet and say, look, man, you're not gonna get that 10%.
No,
He ain't gonna be mad at me, he's gonna be mad at you.
no.
That's what happened.
No,
Yeah.
he
He adjusted
no.
the salary increase I gave
Well,
on
to-
July 1, and
to-
he's not
to-
allowed to do that.
To start with,
He's not allowed to do that.
it's a lump sum that you're going to get, and you get to decide how that gets dispersed for one. For two, if you paid somebody for more duties because somebody else wasn't there, when that person comes back, that person's pay goes back down.
That wasn't the case.
That's how it works,
That
though.
wasn't the case.
Well, how do you do
You
it?
just said you did that. You just said you gave them, because employees weren't there, you gave them more responsibilities. Then when the employee comes back, or you hire another employee to fill those shoes, that employee gets those responsibilities. So then you can't keep paying the guy that had the extra duties because he doesn't have the extra duties no more. The new guy's got them. You know, you can't have it both ways, Larry.
You guys not listening to me.
I heard
Okay.
exactly what you said.
What I need in that office over there is more employees. Now, with this proposal that you all have, it limits me to hire any more than 2 or 3 positions. Now, if I got money in my budget that you already approved, both budgets, I can hire anybody I want to. If I need somebody over there, that's what my job is.
You can't.
If you want me to get the work done, I have to be able to operate that office. And, you know, to limit me, when we had 33 employees 10 years ago, these employees have all left, all of my
But they
management staff have left, a bunch of the other employees have left. I'm down to where I'm probably 10 employees shy. And you want to keep me down there when the county has grown over the last 10 years? I can't do it. I can't get the work done.
Larry, you were in here when we talked about this before, and you told us, and it's on record, that you didn't need any more employees.
You didn't have
told
enough
us
work for the
in
employees.
open
that you
session.
had.
You said you didn't need any more employees. You didn't have no work for them.
If I have a full staff, 33 employees, I don't need any more.
But
At 7 hours a day.
You told us that several times in open session. We can go back and pull it up if you want to see it. I mean, you've told us that, and I just told you. I mean, I'm about to say forget it, because I can tell you, I just made you an offer that I thought was a fair offer. That if you needed 2 more employees,
after you filled all the positions, come back and we'll talk about it, and you don't even think that's fair. So what is it you want? You want everything your way, you want more employees, you want us to budget more employees. Do you realize that we can change these employees, how many employees you have, every time we set our budget? You know, we have the ability to do that. We can't tell you what you do with the money, but we can take positions away.
Well,
You understand that?
but that's the same thing as taking my money. If you take a position away and I can't hire anybody, you can't move any money out of that money at the top, the salary. You can't move it down to anywhere else. You can't spend it. So if I can't hire somebody out of there and you restrict me on how many positions I can have, that money's going back to you on July 1. I don't get to use it.
We don't, first of all, Larry, we're not the reason why you're understaffed. We're not the reason why you can't find money. And I'm gonna say this as nice as I can. You need to look in the mirror. Okay? The management over there in that office, which starts with you, they're not mad at the council, right? Now, another thing too that's happening in that office is your timekeeping. You know as well as I do, and sad to say, but there's people over there that you're allowing to get by without having time on the record of vacation or sick time. Absolutely, don't look at me.
Not
Don't.
that I know
Oh, you know it.
Not that I know
You
of.
know it. So,
You need to show me that.
so I'm gonna tell you right now.
You need to show me that if that's true.
If when I show it to you, it'll be in public session. I
We
don't
we
want to have any conversations other than in public. And that's it's crazy. It's crazy. But we're not the problem, right? We're trying to make it better. I don't know how much easier we can make it to say you have 31 employees. If you turn back around and go from 35 to 40-hour week, you only need 27. If I'm hearing,
I don't have 31 employees.
if I'm
You
hearing
have
these,
31 employees.
you have 31 positions. 31 positions. I don't
You
care
have-
whether you have 31 employees or not. 31 positions. And Dan is exactly right. When you turn back around, you give somebody a temporary increase in pay because they're doing additional work.
That's not temporary. That wasn't temporary.
But then why do you still have the same amount of positions? You can't do it both ways. I swear to God you can't.
It's a raise.
They come and go. You lose people. They go. They quit fast as I'm to hire them over there. I mean, it's just the way it is anywhere. Go up and down the road, you see for help one side every place. Doug. I mean, it's just the way it is. I'm just trying to be honest with you. And you guys say you need to help me. You want to help me, but you're not helping me out. You're putting me in a position to where you give me a budget and you don't let me spend the money.
We're actually offering to increase your budget here, Larry. We're trying to give you more money. We're trying to give you
I
more
understand
money
what
to
you're
pay
saying.
your employees better, and
I
so that
understand
you
that.
can hire employees that'll show up. So
And
you don't
stay.
have the problem you got. So you can fill the positions
Okay.
that you got vacant. And you're trying to argue with us.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
just-
are arguing with us.
I'm
You're telling
just-
us it's not what you want.
Dan,
What do you want?
Dan, we tried and we tried. We just can't.
Larry,
You guys just aren't hearing me.
I hear every word you say. Listen, but what I'm going to ask, because I continually think about your employees. They're the ones that are losing in all this
That's
discussion.
exactly right. They are.
So what I'm going to ask you is, let's try this. Let's try this proposal that Mr. Davis, Mr. Wine, and Mr. Delier have worked on with you to try to get this settled and get your people compensated, move them up to the next level. Let's try this. For their benefit, let's try this. It'll give you an extra hour a day to serve the public as well.
When we had our meeting, we had a good meeting, and we agreed that we were going to proceed with that. It didn't get to that point. I was all ready to go with that 40-hour week and a 10% increase. But first of all,
We can do it right here.
you can turn that thing up.
It doesn't have to. You know what? It doesn't have to, Larry,
Doesn't make any
because
sense.
these
make any
employees raises that we put on here,
That doesn't make any sense.
you have to adjust that.
You know.
You have to adjust that anyway.
All we're gonna do is give you a lump sum.
It comes to you as one aggregate amount, and you can do whatever you want
I
with it,
understand. I
and
understand
pay your
that.
employees.
All right,
I know what you're saying, but
we tried.
what I'm saying is, my employees is, you all have used my employees as leverage to make me go to 40 hours a week.
How are we using
Now,
your
you gave-
employees? You just said your
No,
employees
wait a
were.
minute. No, hold on a minute. You gave everybody else in this entire county a 10% across the board cost of living raise, and not the assessor's office. Now, why would you do that? Because you wanted to try to make me do something else that doesn't have anything to do with that 10% raise? That's pretty low.
Do you know you have enough money
That's
in your
pretty low.
budget? Do you know you have enough money in your budget right now to do the exact same thing with the current employees you have? You can do exactly what you just said yourself
That's right.
without any money from the county.
I can't.
So if you want them to have a 10% raise, give them a 10% raise.
That's probably what'll happen.
There
Because,
you go.
but if you want, you tried to make me go to 40 hours, which by holding my employees hostage,
We're not holding them hostage at all.
it's pretty low. I don't know I don't know if that's even legal.
We're trying to get them to the
And-
same level as all the other county employees are. So you don't have employees leaving the assessor's office and going to other offices here in the county because they can make more money because they're working an extra hour a week. For an hour a day.
Want to go 40 hours a week?
Yeah, they do.
Well,
Why are we having this fight? Why are we having this argument?
No, they want to go to 40
Why,
hours.
why are you saying we're jamming 35 to 40 hour work week down your throat?
I got no
Well,
idea.
Your
man.
employees want to
I
do
got-
it. You're sitting there saying that we're making you do it. Well,
I got no idea.
You put that as a contingency on the 10% raise. So I don't know why you would have done that. It's to force me to go to 40 hours.
well, if
Y'all
they
been-
want to go to 40
You've
hours,
been hounding me for 2, 4, 3, 5 years. I don't know that, but
I'm lost.
I would ask you,
I'm off.
I would
I don't
ask you, Larry, don't get stuck on a point. And I hear what you say. I hear what you say. Trust me.
okay, here's the thing. The whole agreement was that, because I have a budget that nobody else has, so it's a little different with the assessor's office than it is with all the other departments because of that evaluation. And it creates a lot of problems for us. It creates a lot of problems for all the counties because of
We
that
talked about
extra
that.
budget.
We
Because
talked
the
about
county commissions don't have any control over it, they don't like it.
We talked about
It
it.
creates a lot of problems, but all I wanted to do was, and this was the agreement, that we would go with 40 hours. My people wanted to do that, let's do it. I would go with the 10% increase in 40 hours. If, and you all brought this up, you come to me and called a meeting, and let's have a meeting on this. We will take value from your 407 account equal to what it's costing you extra if you go to 40 hours. And move it over to your 406 account to offset that. If we do that, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. That's not the way it is. That's not the way it is right now. First of all, well, see, you go on, I can listen to me, so, I can't tell you anymore. Look, I can't run this office over here with less employees than I had 10 years ago. This county has grown. I need more employees. That 1 hour is not gonna
why are
put me in a
you looking
position.
at employee numbers and not ours? Larry, if you increase employees from 35 to 40 hour work week, we're just telling, we told you, even with the reduction, you still got, what, 2,000 some hours left? Or 4,000 hours left, right?
I understand.
You have
that.
less sick
That's-
days, you have less vacation days, you have less on your benefit package.
Yeah.
You're looking at number of employees rather than number of hours spent in a work year. I don't understand where that's coming from.
I understand if you work another hour.
There's not
Then-
anybody, you realize when I got here that this county council had a full-time county administrator, a deputy county administrator, and 4 office staff? You realize now we have 3 office staff? a county administrator and a deputy administrator are paying less money than what we did back 10 years ago? Well, maybe not today, but we started out that way, because we gave all these different raises throughout the years.
I got
Across
two,
the board.
I got two questions for you. Just two questions. One question. If you had 3 more employees right now, would you be doing a better job than you're doing right now? Yes or no? It's a simple question. Yes or no? 3 more employees going to help you right now?
Got two answers
If
for
three,
that.
if three,
Yes, definitely
Okay,
yes,
that-
but
hold
that
on.
1 hour extra a day doesn't mean anything.
that-
I need those
hold on,
3
hold on,
bodies.
hold
I
on,
need
hold
those
on.
3 bodies is
You-
what I need.
You said
You know what
3
I'm
more
saying?
employees right now are going to help you, right?
Would help me, yeah, sure.
3 more employees will help you.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure would help me.
How about if your employees are making more money and equal to all the other boards here in the county, and they get
That's
get over a 20% increase in their pay?
That's
Is
good.
that going to help you?
It's gonna help them.
That's exactly what we just offered you right here.
Yeah.
3 more employees than you got right now. 3 more employees, and they're all making 20% more. That's what we just offered you. And you're willing to walk out the door and say no, right?
I
Huh?
say,
Yes or no?
I'm
Yes or no?
saying that I will put something together, but I can't, in other words, I was approved $900,000 in a full.
Larry, I just told you what we're
I know,
doing.
but you're not
You're-
Just
you're not
let
listening
him
to me.
talk.
You're not listening to me.
Let him talk.
Was approved on that 406 account, 900 and whatever, some $1,000. Now, I'm down employees, and the last 5 at least that left, I hired them back out of the 407 account. And they were in the 406 account. So if you take 2 employees out of the 407 account and put them back over to 406, I'm not getting anything out of that. That's just, I already just moved them over there. I mean, it's helping out, but I'm saying,
Larry, you got over $100,000 extra in your 407 account that you don't even use. So you got money in the account to do that. You can hire
can you let me
employees in
finish?
there right now.
Can you let me finish my thought, please?
Okay, go ahead.
I got $900,000 406 account approved by this council. Now, according to what I believe the law is, that once you give me that money, I can spend it and make my salaries the way I want to make them.
There you go.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Go do it.
Now, take that. Now, when you put a restriction on, I can't get more than 2 or 3 people hired back, then you're telling me I can't spend that money to do what I want to with it if I need another person.
No,
I don't think you can do that legally.
No, I'm
All
not
right?
doing that. I'm not
And the
doing
same way with the 407 account.
that. No.
That one can't tell me I can only hire, I'm full over there and I can't hire anybody. That evaluation fund is for what I need to help run that office.
That's right.
You're
So-
exactly right. But you know what, Larry?
I mean, so that's all I'm asking
You're right.
for.
We're trying our best to help you out.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're
All
not.
right. Well, let me remind you of 2 things that Mr.
You're not.
Bellier spoke about. Number 1, we set your budget. We set every budget in the county at the beginning of the year.
You do.
Right? Every budget,
Yeah.
including your 406.
Yeah.
Right? That's our job. What's the first thing you do when you come in here and we start setting the budget? You tell us what the tax revenue is going to be. We ask you about different things and we have the same discussion. But the one thing you do also is to come to this body and ask for an evaluation fund, 2%. Right? Do we have to give you 2%? All right.
Do you want the work done?
We're
Want
trying
the
to.
work done over there?
No, but you're sitting there saying that we can't tell you how to spend money and we can't.
Well, you
all right?
get in there,
But
that's
don't,
exactly
but don't,
right.
don't tell us how we have to
But
do our
I'm
side.
saying, once you give me that money, you shouldn't have to try to micromanage.
We're not.
We're not.
We're not.
You asked for this gentleman and Dan and Gary to sit down and help you work through this process. You're the same position as you always are. It doesn't matter what we do to try to help. We're wrong. We're wrong. And you know what? We've tried. We have honestly made
have
good
tried.
faith effort in
If you
trying to
wanna
help you out.
If you wanna help Doug, here's what to do.
Sorry.
Okay? Here's what we was gonna agree on in the beginning. If you take what it's gonna cost me extra to fund for a 40-hour week out of the evaluation fund and the 10%
I'm not giving you any
increase.
more money in the valuation fund. You got money there.
No, I know I do, but I'm saying, this was your all's agreement, it was offered to me, okay?
No, it wasn't our agreement. It
This
was
was
a, it was a
offered.
work session that you and 3 other people had.
This was offered to me.
This is where we make decisions.
This was offered to me.
Yeah, I want to hear what you, I want to hear.
Dan came over to my office and said, we figured this out, that we can take a couple positions from your evaluation fund and put them over to the 406 account to offset your extra cost. I said, let's do it. Now, if you want to take that, just that simple, take the cost of whatever it's going to cost me extra for that 40-hour week out of the evaluation fund and the 10% increase, and move that value by employees over to 406, done, right there, done. The problem I have is you're controlling my other money in the budgets, telling me I can't hire more people. I'm gonna need more people though. I can't operate this office and run this office with less people and to be stuck to a point where I'm stuck and can't get anybody else. I can't do that. I
Well,
can't
you
operate the office that way.
must not need them too bad, or you'd be hiring, you got 5 positions open. So
I'm
if you need
trying.
them, fill them.
I'm trying to fill them. I got applications I'm working on now. I mean, people are,
Larry, earlier today, you said that you had people in 406, you moved to 407.
oh, dude. Well, I mean, no, they were,
You said that.
well, when they
And-
quit,
and-
let's say,
and
let me
now-
clarify, they quit. Let's say I had somebody quit and I replaced them. I put them in the 407 account. I didn't replace them back in the 406 account. So that,
But now,
you
but
know.
now you want us to take people out of 407 account and put them back in 406. Is that fair to us?
well, it was your all's offer.
No,
I mean-
I'm just saying.
I can't afford to pay it. I can't put out $100,000
You
a
give
year.
you got enough money to give all your employees
for-
10%.
I understand that, but when you go to 40 hours, that's $125,000 or $30,000 extra a year out of my budget that I have to pay for.
So
can't-
if you don't want to do that, go give your employees the 10% raise and
That's exactly what I'll do.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can do because I can't be controlled to not be able to operate the office when I need some money or whatever. I'll have to be able to spend my money that was approved,
spend it.
and so. If you don't allow me to do that, I don't know
We're
what
not
else to
stopping
say.
you. We're not stopping you from spending. We're trying to get
Yes,
you
you
more
are.
money. We're
When
trying
you
to
tell
give you
me I
more
can
money.
only hire 2 people or 3 people, and that's it.
We're talking about giving you more money, Larry. More money. You understand that? You're talking about spending money, and we're going to give you more money to
All
spend.
you have
We're
to
gonna give
do,
you more money and more hours.
More money and 4,000 more hours in your department, and you can't understand it.
I understand
No,
that.
you don't. You don't, because it's a heck of a good deal.
It's a
If
good
somebody
deal.
did that to my
It's-
business, I would take it like that.
It's a good
All right,
deal.
all right, we're gonna be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
All right.
have hopefully a 4 o'clock.
But again, all you have to do is the agreement that Dan brought to me over there, we will take money or we'll take employees from your 407 account for the cost that it's gonna cost you extra, and we'll move them over to your 406 account to offset that. I said, let's do it. If you wanna do that, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
No, we're not,
But, you know,
we're not gonna tell you what to do. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
So, but that's my offer. I mean, I can't afford to do anything else.
We understand now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're not from DNR, are you? All right, Penny, call Matt, see if the DNR is here. Or is it a public meeting or is that? Oh, correct.
Yeah, that's not,
All right,
yeah, they're meeting with us.
all right. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Barnhart, if you do the honor,
Mr. President, move to recess.
we are recessed.